1 minute remaining. $10 seconds. 51 spot 2, 51 spot 2, higher than forecast 50 spot 1. So US stock index is holding their losses after the January final S&P manufacturing PMI. The Mexican Finance Minister Ramirez on the US sanctions has identified, or US tariffs even, has identified key sectors that may face a bigger impact, like autos, computers, and electronics. In 10 minutes time at 10 a.m. Eastern Time, see the release of the US ISM manufacturing PMI for January. Forecast 49.9 on the prior 49.3, with a range of 52.5 to 48.3. ISM manufacturing prices paid, forecast 54.8 on the prior 52.5. Just seeing reports now that Treasury Secretary Bessent is now the acting head of the US Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. So also data at the top of the hour, the US ISM Manufacturing Employment Index saw a prior read of 45.3, the new orders index a prior read of 52.5, and US construction spending for December forecast 0.2% on the prior 0%.
Morning, everyone. Hope you guys had a good weekend. Testing our 30-second opening range lows here. We're watching to see if bids can hold or if they're going to start really maintaining. Seller is really trying here at 198 to like 215. So as long as that's holding, basically our 30-second opening range mid to high, as long as that's holding as resistance here, we're going to have a pretty rough time. Need to see a pretty significant bid be able to maintain this low if we're going to be able to come back up, right, and bid back through. Or this offer that's lowered, right? We've seen an offer lower, and now push back down to our open. So if we don't see bids be able to get over this zone, we're in a pretty rough spot where downside continuation just seems very likely for rotations back down to this liquidity that's down here at 130 to 100 basically. So I'm really keeping that in mind that we've got to show a shift of value, right? We need to see these sellers get off sides from 200 to 220. So watch this retest here and see if we can reclaim or if this is going to result in like rotations down like
In 5 minutes
this.
time now at the top of the hour, we see the release of the US ISM manufacturing PMI for January. Forecast 49.9 on the prior 49.3, with a range of 52.5 to 48.3 expected. Prices paid forecast 54.8 on the prior 52.5. The employment index prior read of 45.3, and the new orders index a prior read of 52.5. We also get the US construction spending month over month for December, forecast 0.2% on the prior 0%.
It is freezing here. Jesus. $5.50. This is a super important area for NQ, right? We're trying to reclaim sell side sitting at 240 short term. So we'll watch to see if that holds. But this is a really nice reclaim of this seller. As long as this 200 to 220 is attempting to go supportive, we can reverse off of this, off of our 30-second opening range low, in this sell side failure to shift value down. What we don't want to see happen, right, is trap buyers here and then rotate back through for that continuation and push down. But this is a really good reclaim with Russell pushing. Very nice rebid here at our 220 for this rotation up. See what happens on a retest of 220 as we push in. Need to see again this blue zone hold is supportive on any sort of retest. Yes, rejected our 30-second opening range high. Just want to see how we can build here. I want to see higher lows. Don't want to see a trap.
ISM manufacturing PMI.
News in 1 minute. Still attempting to hold this upper zone. Unclear yet. I think we're waiting on news. But our 200 level is holding, and we're trying to see this bid step up into 220. Liquidity is still pretty bad.
Ten seconds. 50 spot 9, 50 spot 9, which is higher
News
than
coming
forecast,
out.
49 at spot 9. Prices paid 54 spot 9, 54 spot 9, higher than forecast, 54 spot 8. Employment index 50 spot 3, 50 spot 3. New orders index 55 spot 1, 55 spot 1.
Holding our
Construction
30-second opening
spending
range
on the
low so
ground 0
far.
spot 5%, 0 spot 5%, higher than forecast 0 spot 2%. Look to the markets, a little bit of strength coming through in the dollar here, some weakness in the S&P 500.
It's going to be very hard for tech to push with DXY rising. Keep that in mind. We're still just trapped at our day open. Need to show that support above our 220s. So far holding our 180 though. Found that liquidity into our low again. Just rotating between these two pivots until we can choose a side. You can see that there's some trapped sell side down and below that 180. But we still need to be able to show a successful secondary buyer kind of step in above our 220.
So again, US stock indexes extended their losses slightly following the January ISM manufacturing PMI numbers.
Sell side attempting again here into our lower edge. Bids need to be pretty real here, or momentum is gonna, or sorry, we'll start to see some sell side acceleration down to like 140. If 180 edge starts to hold. Watching our retest into 180, seeing if offer is sitting there or not. That edge, we should be able to see sell side try to lower, right, lower high for the continuation of this short-term downtrend here, just the channeling down. Or one more leg down, or a push back over 180, and then bid for a rotation up into 220.
US Treasury 10-year yields extend their fall following the manufacturing data, down around 5.8 basis points.
ES retesting our 30-second opening range low, RTY holding our low, and NQ attempting to regain our 180 edge, seeing if that bid can step in above our seller for that rotation up, or if this is going to trap again. No confirmation. Again, if you're just tuning in, we need to see a supported bid above 220 and hold with an offside seller into our lows for any upside. So far, rejections are just where we thought they would be, which is our mid to high of our opening range, just trapping, holding our offer where sell side value shifted here. This 200 to 220. ES held our 30-second opening range low and is holding our seller from this retest. And we're just kind of balancing here right now. Need to see either a very clear reclaim back over this and a bid's kind of stepping in for this push up from this area, or it just feels like sell side really, again, just stepping down for this downtrend, right? For a rotation into this liquidity below us. I become a lot more bearish on the market below this like 130, 140. If that starts to show as resistance from a look below, that's when I start to get a bit concerned that we have more of a trending market down for the first half of the day. Understand that our 130, 140 area is our 15-minute VWAP off of Globex, so we're just kind of reverting back down to that Globex mean. But for bid side to really start to step in and not just make this, balance, we do need to see that 220, 230 area go supportive, right? So no like big trades where you can stay in for a long period of time, but just kind of watching our reactions right now, right? All we're doing is rotating around our open. Testing into our 220. If you're shorting off of this, again, 200, 220 until we can make this supportive, this has to be your first risk off into this 140, 130. Again, this is liquidity down here. Trend is still down, but there is quite a bid down here. Yes, just holding our 56 edge off of our rotations from our 30-second opening range mid to low, holding that as resistance, just kind of rotating in between here until we figure it out. Same thing on NQ, just trying to figure out what we're doing. Either we hold this balance or we rotate down, and until we start to really show this area as offer, right, stepping in and showing this liquidity as resistance, I am not incredibly bearish. I'm more of just in a, this is going to chop sideways until decisions kind of made, that mentality. That being said, right, overall trend is down, right, so you're better off playing this as an offer point for a rotation down into this area and risking off into that and leaving a runner just in case we do get this steeper downtrend continuation. But you will know that bids are winning and more so in control short term, again, once we start to show our 30-second opening range high as supportive. Until then, you have basically 2 points of entry for scalping. You can look for dips into this for rotations back up into here, or you can look for shorts as we push back in and rotations back down into here. Right, so you're playing this range until we either get a break above and hold, or a break below and continuation. Again, overall trend is down. We gap down, right? And we're holding below our day open. We're now testing into our liquidity. I think whenever you're playing a balance area, using the higher time frame chart to know which side of balance you should has the better potential for scalping makes a lot of sense. So if you know we're in a higher time frame downtrend, then playing the offer instead of the bid could be very beneficial for you to be able to potentially hold a runner for a longer term if we do break out of that balance, right? Because if trend is down, you want to be playing on the sell side on the overall move until we see a very clear reclamation of our pivot and show an active bid stepping in to change that higher time frame trend. It's always better to play with the side in control in balance. Again, into our buy side liquidity here on footprint. We're just waiting to see if we get continuation or if they're able to hold this low. I'm unsure as of yet. I think if we can't get over, I'm just looking at footprint here. If we can't show interest above this area, then downside persists short term. Are we watching for any reoffers into this like 150, 160? That's just value low to POC of our previous footprint candle. As long as that's holding, then we probably have one more leg down into 100s at least. February.
Bank of Canada's Macklem cancels a planned appearance at a banking conference in Mexico on February the 6th. Money markets boosting bets on ECB rate cuts, now pricing in a deposit rate at 1.85% in December from around 1.95% late on Friday. And France's PM Bayrou forces through the budget, risking a no confidence vote. France's PM Bayrou says he will use special constitutional powers to pass the 2025 budget.
I said liquidity holding. Very strong push up. Kind of crazy, actually. No, and there's nothing tradable. The only thing that we talked about is that this area below us is just buy side liquidity, and we need to see
come through following that.
Push over 220 and hold for continuation up, or we're just going to continue ranging between this 220 and this low here at this 140 area, 130, 140. So nothing is changed in what we thought. We know that this is buy side liquidity down here, and we know that we're just rotating in between these two areas. What we want to see is a very clear bid and hold above, or we just expect this to rotate back down.
Mexico Scheinbaum says a good call with US's Trump led to some accords. So that's Mexican President Scheinbaum saying they had a good conversation with Trump. The good call with the US's Trump led to some accords. Again, just seeing some weakness in the dollar, some strength in the US stocks come through here.
That's good news for the market. EXY going down. Tech can push. See if it lasts. That is the key. Into our next area of resistance here, back into our highs at 55 to 75 area on NQ. We'll watch to see our retest into 220. As long as we're finding a bid at like 220 to 200, same as before, that's what we want to see. Again, nothing has changed in what we've talked about today. Just a bit of volatility, which makes it a bit harder to trade. But as long as we're able to flag and hold here, that's a very clear shift from buyers, from sellers. Into our offer here on ES. See if we can get some acceleration and continuation.
Tariffs are delayed for a month.
314
Says
is
PM,
next target
Sheinbaum
here
says
on NQ.
Tariffs are delayed for a month. Tariffs are paused for a month from now.
Into target. Liquidity up at 366 above this. We're squeezing out a lot of sellers. We need to see follow through now, though, or we can retrace a lot of this move. Punishment should be pretty likely, but again, like we've got a very strong offer above us at our 366 target that we just talked about. Got a lot of liquidity up here that can reload if we don't have sustained movement. I think it's a pretty solid area to continue to risk off and then just leave a runner and coast if you are in a trade.
So more comments from the Mexican president. Says the US and Mexico teams have started to work today on security and business.
So again, like bid is trying to step up here. We're watching to see if 300 to 314 can hold, or if it's a rotation back down to 220. There's really not anything here.
Now flat.
Again, this is just a punishment and squeeze off of sellers who are trapped below, and then volatility, right? News stepping in, and then liquidity coming back in to push price up. So we've squeezed a lot of shorts who are long, or who are in. And we're now looking for a secondary buyer to continue this shift of momentum.
100 also moves higher, still down at some 0.85%.
Again, liquidity is sell side pressure is above, right? So we've done the movement up, and now it's about trying to build out a secondary buyer, right? A sustained bid to step in without having to retrace this entire move down. Understanding that a lot of this move was based off of just shorts getting punished.
So the Canadian dollar pairs losses as the US delays tariffs on Mexico.
We delayed tariffs. Yes. Newsbot is working.
The National Guard. Oil are raising gains after Mexico says tariffs are delayed as well.
You guys can hear the newsbot, right?
Says curbing
I can, so.
To the US is still a tool in our toolbox.
Okay.
Commentary from Ontario and Canada. Curbing energy to the US still a tool in our toolbox.
This looks fine right now. Where again we're trapped between this like 70 above, right? The liquidity above us, and we've got a secondary buyer who's trying to start to build here. This is what
Scheinbaum saying tariffs are paused for a
we
month
just
from
have to
now.
wait, right? Like this is just us trying to build out a secondary buyer who's able to sustain. Same thing on ES. Our levels are fine. Holding our pivot above and below. Just chopping right now, trying to build out a new node up here off of this squeeze.
Eurozone bond yields are rising as well, about 4 basis points following Mexico Scheinbaum's comments on tariffs. That's German 10-year bond yield, last down around 6 basis points on the day.
Yeah, you're in a pretty good position as long as we don't start to shift off or below 300. If we do, then it's we've got a lot of room to downside. But if we can sustain above any sort of like bid above 300, we're not in a bad spot, right? We just want to see dips continue to get bought from secondary buyers here, and then we can start to slowly inch our way up, right? Eating through this liquidity might be pretty choppy, but we want to just see us take this. Ideally, what happens instead is that more news comes out and we punish all the sellers who are trying to load into this low, and then we do a secondary squeeze,
So again, the US
seeing
dollar
bids step in again.
the euro last up 0.45% at 1.031.
We shall see. And to give context on like how I'm looking at this and seeing this, and again, like this is what we see on Footprint, right? So we can develop out some very clear context clues where like this 300 becomes a major level because this is where this sell side's been trapped, right? And we know that again, we are looking for bids to be here into our 15-minute VWAP and that supply on Footprint that we had. So nothing's changed there with what's happened in the market. We just have gotten this move in a singular candle instead of like 2 or 3 candles because it's a squeeze and a push up. So there again, nothing's changed about where we thought demand would be. We just didn't expect it to fully take out all of the liquidity that was above us in this area. We're now watching to see if we can develop above 300s or if this is going to rotate down, right? And then we do something like this for a pushback down into this 200. I don't have the answers for you. This is news based, but our demand held where it needed to. We reverted to our 15-minute VWAP and we rotated up. Now it's just about building up this upper structure and seeing if we can maintain up here and build out a node. If we can, then we continue higher. If we can't, right, we're going to rotate through and come back down.
Just keep in mind, Mexico's President Scheinbaum currently making a press conference following her call with US President Trump. Just trying to track down an English video for this. Does not seem to be a live translation video available for this. We'll be getting the translated headlines as they come through on the wires nonetheless. So again, just keep your ears out for any comments from Mexico's Scheinbaum. Mexican president says the conversation with Trump was long and covered subjects of mutual interest.
This is feeling like a pretty news-heavy day. Nothing worse than a Trump market. Uh, yeah, I did. I'm still in trade. Just playing off of our demand at the low. Again, like this is what we see on footprint. This is what we talked about. We have buy side liquidity here. Buy side liquidity. Before we got on, we went over how as long as we're continuing to find bids here, there's not really a great bearish outlook until we can show this area as resistance, or we're just going to rotate in between these 2 points. So we were looking for continuation above 220, and we knew we had supply above us. So sustained bids into our demand. Offer is now here into our supply. Now it's just about building out this upper area, or we'll rotate back down. But there's not a lot of bearish continuation until we were able to break through and show that there isn't an active buyer willing to defend this.
Mexican President Scheinbaum says she proposed the tariff pause to Trump.
So that being said, does it make sense where my average is if you look at this?
US Treasury yields extending their fall in volatile trade now. 10-year yield last down 5.8 basis points.
It's literally demand. There's not really too much else to say.
Scheinbaum says Trump insisted on addressing the trade deficit with Mexico, but she pushed back on that.
Current auction is between 320 and 390. We are seeing sell side trying to step in here again. We're waiting to see if they get squeezed or not.
Mexican President Scheinbaum says, I think it was a good agreement, and the deal will also help Mexico boost border security.
You can add Europe to that list as well. That's next month when we start getting aggressive with our allies in EU.
Scheinbaum says, I asked Trump for a permanent tariff pause, but agreed on 1 month.
What if they're no longer allies? Well, that's not going to happen. People are still more afraid of Russia and China. You don't lose NATO allies because of a trade war. They just become a little less friendly.
And Mexico's President Scheinbaum told Trump that mutual trade helps them compete with China.
Can Canada actually be mean? Is that your trade thesis? Might be a good one. Our 390 edge, watching to see if we can build above. Nice little pop. I feel like we have room to like 534, but again, it's just really rough up here.
Now Trump confirms the delay of tariffs against Mexico. So again, Trump confirms the delays of tariffs against Mexico. And Mexico's President Scheinbaum sent Trump's Mex's anti-fentanyl public health campaign. So seeing some comments from Trump now says we will have negotiations headed by Rubio, Besant, and Lutnick, as well as Mexican officials. As I look forward to participating in those negotiations with the Mexican president as we attempt to achieve a deal between our two countries.
You'll notice that I'm trading MNQ, right, micros. I highly recommend you guys do that as well. Again, like this is just not our market, and having the ability to give yourself a little bit more leeway on trades is going to be really, really beneficial to you. It wasn't really a voice crack because it was a high inflection. Like, I really hope that you are being able to take advantage of this. Like, the volatility here is crazy, and being able to stay in trades and sustain and take off is going to be incredibly important. having 5 micros instead of, one ES is going to give you a lot more, just stability in your mental. And that's what's really important here. I mean, I'm up $2,000 right now on 3 MNQ. Like, you can make money. The range, the volatility is crazy. But if this goes against me, I would be down a shitload of money, right? If I was in regular contracts. Like, trade micros, give yourself a little bit more flexibility in your entries and your exits, and have the ability to let things run. Because our range is so large and these candles are insane in size, you can make money. Just don't over leverage. It's really that simple. Trade what the market is giving you. Yeah, there's like almost 2,600 contracts that have been taken in sell side wise here. Buyers are attempting to absorb on EOS. There's over 3,000 contracts that were taken in at 60.10.
Elsewhere now, seeing from a statement, Besant is to serve as acting director of the Consumer Financial Protections Bureau. Official confirmation now, we did see reports of this from sources earlier.
I have 2 micros left, just waiting to see how we end up here. A lot of selling pressure up here. Again, this is our supply. I'm gonna let things run, but I've taken off a lot of risk. Too much news. And we're into our known supply above on NQ. Just rotating in between. This 420 to like 450 above, pretty heavy sell side, and we know that our secondary area on NQ is this 74 to like 40 below. So they're really large zones, and we don't have a lot of say. Just gotta let these things develop out. Allow yourself to let things run. What's up, Sauce? I'm just gonna keep repeating it today, but again, this is not a market that you are used to, and you cannot treat it the same way you have been for the last few months that you've been getting more and more involved in balance trading and scalping and all this stuff. This is a much more volatile market, and it's a much it is a much more illiquid market in the sense of the areas that we're looking for have a bit more volatility, and the moves are a bit larger in opposite directions, and they're waiting on news coming in, right? It's a much more emotional market, and you can't treat it the same way. Your edge is a little less. It's going to be a lot less than you're used to. Same rules apply, but the influence from outside, the influence from news is just way heavier. So like when things go against you, you can't be like, oh, it'll come back. We've got this buyer here. Like you gotta know, like if news comes out and the market has a reaction to it, like respect it. We can only trust liquidity that's, you know, on footprint and, you know, historical liquidity as much as it is sustaining. If that buyer or that seller is no longer there because new news has come out, you have to respect it and reverse your trade or close your trade. It's just, you have to be very respectful. Lots of outside factors, lots of world news. Yeah, I cannot stress it enough. Park, brother, you're cooked. You've been reading a little too many. You've been reading a little too much manhwa. Holy.
Mexico's President Scheinbaum says Mexico wants to maintain the USMCA trade agreement.
I feel like my heat is not working and it's just like pumping out cold air into my room right now. Kind of an issue. I'd like to see a pretty immediate reaction off of this 380, 390 area, or we'll probably flip to sell side if we don't see a sustained bid here.
Mexico's President Scheinbaum says Mexico will put the Plan B against tariffs on hold.
Mm, 390, just rotation back up to our offer.
Starting now, US natural gas spiking 10% as forecasts shift colder.
Rushed my hand in the door this weekend. It is killing me. Ugh. My hand. Looking at this as a potential 3-bar up right now on NQ on the 15. Held where we needed to. Just need to see a shift above here. Again, we're just in the higher time frame supply, so it's a bit rough to call it while we're still just inside candling. But if bids can continue these higher lows, it looks pretty solid for continuation up. If sell side is able to sustain here and just absorb into our highs, we've got a steeper retrace on our hands back down to our mean. But just really keeping an eye on this structure on our candles with where bids are holding and absorbing sell side into our lows. Like, what is this? I'm trying to stay patient here. Again, we know this is higher time frame resistance or supply, whatever you want to call it. I'd like to see bid be able to sustain above here, and we're just kind of building out this area. But if sell side is able to really start to push below, I'm going to close out my last two long runners and just wait. There's no reason to stay in this if we can't sustain here. We have 9 minutes left on this 15-minute candle. Again, still just kind of an inside bar. Our reversion target would be down at 280.
Senior Canada government official tells the New York Times that Ottawa is not optimistic that a real off-ramp from tariffs exists for Canada the way it materialized for Mexico.
Yeah.
Seeing some weakness in the S&P, some strength in the dollar here.
Watch our reoffer at 66 POC. This holds with that news, then we'll revert back down. A big inflection here.
Fed's Collins on CNBC now says there's a lot of uncertainty as policies unfold.
True. Watching our offer here into 400s, POC of previous candle. bid attempting to step above. We're watching to see if they'll bid and hold.
Tariffs should have an impact on prices. The US has limited experience with large-scale tariffs, she notes, though.
Taking out about half of our higher time frame supply. I'm just going to mark the remainder instead of highlighting this whole area.
Feds Collins says broad-based tariffs would push up prices across production levels. And big tariffs also have second-round impacts, according to Feds Collins.
I'm gonna grab some water. I'll be right back.
And Feds Collins adds that second-round effects make tariffs hard to assess. Fed Collins says the Fed would try to look through one-time price level increases. Fed Collins adds that tariffs can have demand-side impacts too. Fed Collins says the US economy has been in a good place,
It's been.
as there's more to do to lower inflation.
Back up to our higher time frame supply here into 456.
Collins adds the labour market has been in good shape and near full employment. Bank of Canada's Governor Macklem cancelled the Mexico panel appearance in light of the rapidly evolving economic circumstances. Feds Collins adds that it's appropriate for policy to be patient and careful. There's no urgency to change rates. UK's PM Starmer says we want to deliver an ambitious UK-EU security pact. And Feds Collins says underlying trend in inflation has softened. So UK's PM Starmer says the UK is working hard to set a 2.5% defence spending. And Feds Collins says at some point we would see additional normalisation of rates. But does add again, no urgency to lower rates again.
So the market's getting a slight upside move right now off of the hold on the Mexico tariffs, but I want just to highlight how I'm going to ask a question. Do we believe that these talks will go smoothly? Something that you should ask yourself. Who's our sitting president right now? Do we believe that this is the end of the Mexico tariffs? Truly.
Ted Collins says there's a number of reasons why long-term rates are moving the way they have been.
So, with that in mind, I would be very cautious. 5 hours from now, 3 hours from now, 30 minutes from now, we could see a full reversal of what we're talking about right now. So, don't fall in love with either side of the trade. I have my doubts that that's the end of it for Mexico short term.
Mexico's President Sheinbaum spoke with Canada's PM Trudeau and will continue talking to Canada.
$15 seconds until new 15s. Still just oscillating up here.
NATO's Rutt says, I am absolutely convinced that NATO can deal with the trade tensions between the US and Canada and won't affect NATO collective defense. Fed bids for 3-month bills total $6.5 billion and bids for 6-month bills total $5.5 billion.
God, it's only 11:15. I am done trading. I'm here just to scalp with you guys now. We got the big old move up.
UK's PM Starmer says we are not choosing between the US or the EU. In 10 minutes' time now, at the bottom of the hour, the US is due to sell $84 billion in 3-month bills. The prior high yield was 4.195%, and the prior bid to cover was 3.18. The US is also due to sell $72 billion in 6-month bills. The prior high yield was 4.14%, and the prior bid to cover was 2.92.
POC is attempting to shift to this 420 level as we build out this upper node. Again, we've just got the supply above into this 460 to 500 on NQ. We're watching to see if 420 can continue to maintain as supportive. Right, this is our POC here, this dotted orange line. Can we now see this shift and hold above, or is this going to go offer and then hold as a resistance for a rotation back down to 214? Right, like that's kind of like the biggest issue right now is, can we see sustained bids now off of this, or is this node going to become the thing we hit our head on and then do a rotation more so like this? Later, Jason. My current observation, my current like kind of thought process is there are a lot of people who are attempting to short here and building out short positions for the rest of the day. And the only way that we go higher is if they get punished. Doesn't mean that we're getting like a short-term top, but I think there's a lot of people who are building out positions here, thinking that this is basically all we get today. I'm seeing the same general sentiment on Twitter, but if they're wrong, right, if we're able to sustain up here and the bid is able to start to get a bit squeezy, then they're all going to get punished, right? So I think it's better to wait, personally, for a shift of our pivots and a look below and then an offer holding before trying to get in. But understand that there are a lot of people that are looking at this area as pretty bearish, and it makes sense, right? It's a hard time from supply. So with that in mind, understand that if we aren't able to start to bid and hold above our value areas here, that rotations back down make a lot of sense, right? This is just our value high on NQ, our value high on ES. This is us attempting to look outside of value on Russell. There is definitely an argument to be made that sell side is going to try to hold us here.
So in 5 minutes' time now, at the bottom of the hour, the US is due to sell $84 billion in 3-month bills. The prior high yield was 4.195%, and the prior bid cover was 3.18. The US is also due to sell $72 billion in 6-month bills, with a prior high yield of 4.14% and a prior bid to cover of 2.92.
Be looking for the offer to try to hold 420 to 440 if they're serious about this rotation down. That would give you a move down to 390 as first target here. From there, we look to see how our halfway back holds, and then we look for ideally a little relief and then a retest of 420 for a continuation down to 350. We'll watch to see how buy side interacts here. Again, we want to see 420, 440 go offer if sell side's serious. This is all about playing the shift of this POC. Yes, POC test off of a rejection of our value high.
Kuwait's oil ministry says the country is committed to close cooperation with partners in OPEC+. Shortly expecting the results from both the 3 and 6 month bill auctions. Three-month high yield, 4.22%, 4.22% with a bid cover of 2.65 at 2.65. 6-month high yield, 4.155%, 4.155% with a bid cover of 3.04, 3.04. So the US sells $90 billion in 3-month bills, awarding 36.23% of bids at high. And as for 6-month bills, the US sells $78 billion in 6-month bills, awarding 95.65% of bids at high. So Besant halts the new CFPB rules and litigation as the new acting director.
Nothing has changed in my thinking. I still think this 420, 440 is where you want to see offer. We're still just chopping sideways, right, in this balance on these 15-minute candles in the structure. Needed to see a shift. 390 was able to continue to see that bid, hold a supportive. We need to see that secondary seller start to step down from there. Buyers are trying to reclaim our value edge. So far, it is just a battle for this POC shift, like we talked about. This node is where we are looking to see if they will hit their head or not. Yeah. Again, there are a lot of people who are attempting to get short up here. It's either they get punished or we're going to rotate down and retrace this larger squeeze that we saw from the Mexico news. If I had to guess on positioning, I would say that there are a lot of people shorting 40s with stops above 370, or sorry, 470. Take the wick high, right? So if you can keep that in mind of how people are positioning right now, understand that that's where our punishment is up into our 70s, and we have sell side trying to gain momentum below 40s. So if buy side's able to step over 40s, we expect them to take out that wick high and stop out a lot of these sellers. If we can sustain below 40s, right, then I would assume that we rotate down. What's the website for the free news bond that we used when ours doesn't work? I don't know, man. Financial Juice is pretty good. Oh yeah, that's the one that we're still using. Is it not? Can you not hear it? Do you have it muted or something? Ah, I gotcha. Yeah, it's weird. Testing our 40 edge now. Again, I think that like the higher time frame trade right now for a lot of people is shorting 40s with the stop above 70. So if we can start to sustain above 40s, I expect that 70 to get taken out to stop them out. But until then, this is probably your best bet for shorts where they would be located is into this 40 edge. You guys both trolling me? Did I not just say 440? No, no. Dubs, really. I mean, that's the only thing that's here is like it's your sell side is trying this. They either win this out or they don't, right? Like this is your risk right now, where they're looking to stop people out and they're looking to play this down. We're at ADR high, right? Like I don't. You want me to long into ADR high? It's like either sell side is able to hold our ADR high and we chill here into our higher time frame supply, or we punish sellers above 370, or sorry, 470, and then we have potential to keep going up. I don't know if news is going to come out. I can't speak on it. All I see is that we're chilling in a mother bar, right? An upside candle, and we are inside barring for the last hour.
According to a survey, OPEC crude output fell 70,000 barrels per day to 27.03 million barrels per day. Output dipped last month following a fire at the Iraqi oil field.
I think your signal to know if weakness is going to be able to win out is when Russell can no longer hold our value edge. So far, it's been a really nice inflection bounce off that area, right? This area here. And once we start to see that weakness below, you're going to feel a lot more confident with shorts pushing back down. Until then, you're just kind of oscillating between previous day value low and current value high. Again, this is a huge battle of attrition up here of just between our higher time frame supply and if bids can sustain and build out this node.
Trump administration plans to send notification to Congress as soon as plans to revamp USAID. So that's the Trump administration planning to send notification to Congress soon, planning to revamp the United States Agency for International Development. Senior White House official says that Trump has entrusted Musk to oversee the efficiency of the USAID. An Axios reporter on X says Israel's PM Netanyahu is to extend his trip to Washington and will return to Israel on Saturday. A senior White House official says the Trump
Watching our Russell
administration
value
is
again.
having discussions about merging
Bouncing so
US
far.
aid into the State Department to significantly reduce the size of the workforce for efficiency purposes.
And you're making money, that's all that matters. Who needs a live account? Russell oscillator holding true. Top of our balance held, rotating back down to our value edge. 40 trying to go supportive on NQ, watching to see if that loses again. It hasn't shifted for me yet. Back down to our value low edge here on Russell, off of another rejection of our balance high. Watching to see if we can look below and hold, or if we bounce here again. Yes, at POC off of another rejection of our value high. Good, first risk off on NQ if you are shorting off 440. Just 20 points, right? See if Russell can sustain below. I'm taking off half here into 390, leaving runners. Again, I have 5 left. Just playing the trade that's on the screen. I have 3 contracts left. I'm just going to chill. Looking for 50s next. If we keep going down, probably need to see a retest of our value edge on Russell would be my guess, unless we just get some crazy acceleration here. It says ES ADR. I mean, even if I'm not here, like, again, we've made the indicators to do the same thing, which is stacked and PVZ both called a reversion back down to target here at our level. We got our reoffer into 40s, and we're rotating down. There is a potential reversal signal here into 60s on NQ on off of Patty, right? Or sorry, off of stacked, and this is your first take profit. Now we're just watching to see how we interact between these two. Can we hold our trend with our EMA here, the red line? As long as we're holding our halfway back, there's no real reason to invalidate this, and we'll be heading down to our reversion target at 350. Right? Plan has been followed with, as long as we were rotating between or oscillating in between these two pivots on Russell, we didn't expect a ton. As soon as we get our reoffer, we get our rotation down and our breakdown on NQ, giving you a great entry signal if you aren't comfortable just taking a short with a stop. Right? Now you have a trigger. He's calling me. Spam.
So the France-Germany yield spread closes at the tightest since October.
What is that? Top step VIP? That's sick. 2 free resets per month, no fees for 3 months. No activation fee. Holy. What a deal. How'd you get that? Nice, man. Congrats. That's really good. I mean, the VIP's perks are crazy. Does that cost more as like a base, or it was just a sign up thing? That's awesome. Oh yeah, that does sound pretty terrible. Someone that's watching it just needs to let us know, because I can't. I risked off one more here. I'm just gonna leave my position now. This is just where we took risk off our first time. We've time left. We need to see sell side start to develop below 70s for anything more, or this is just the bottom of our balance. I feel like this is like way too opaque with the two of them on top. So for the next leg down, right, we've now met full PT basically for, oops, what did I just drag? We've basically now met full PT for the first half of this trade, which was just a reversion from our value edge, right, off of, God, I can't click anything, from our reversion and stacked signal, right, these two. This is just a trade back down to our 50s, right, our value high. So this is now fully completed. We've done the reversion. Now it's a matter of, can we start to show this as resistance for our next leg down to our push down to PVZ POC. So it's a good area to risk off, understanding that we're still just in this inside bar from our wick low here, and this is POC of our big old push-up candle, right, that got us up here. So now it's a matter of, can we get below this yellow pivot and start to show this as resistance, or are we going to continue to kind of just oscillate in between here? Need to see a pretty clear shift below this for continuation down. I don't know, man. I feel like we could potentially come back up. I'm kind of just letting this play. I had 10 on, so I've taken off 8, just letting runners run. If we get back up to 50s, I might just cancel, right? But I'm leaving my stop as is, just as of right now. I mean, there's a good chance that we come back up to 40s here if we can't get below. Ooh, nice. You caught up quick, man. Yeah, it's so good. Lucky for you is that he has so many books. So when you inevitably catch up book 5, you have a lot that you can enjoy.
As we did see reported by the Telegraph that Trump is considering hitting the EU with a 10% tariff on imported goods.
Trump news coming out, 10% tariff potential. See if the market hasn't already priced that in.
In 10 minutes' time now, at the bottom of the hour, we are expecting comments from Fed's Bostic. Fed's Bostic speaking on the economic outlook in a moderated conversation at the Rotary Club of Atlanta. No text is expected. There will be a Q&A.
So, in my opinion, this is the same as before. We're watching to see how ES reacts into POC. We'll look for an offer to step in there and then a bid to step down if we're going to continue lower. If we don't see a strong reaction here at ES POC, we can look for a rotation back up to our value high, right? Same thing on Russell. We're watching to see our reaction into our value edge here. This is either going to result in the ability to push up and potentially take out our high with this excess that's below, or we're going to result in a push down like this, right? So we're keeping an eye for weakness into our value edge on Russell, our POC on ES, and our 20 to 40 here again on NQ to see if we get another leg down or if this is going to rotate and squeeze.
So in 5 minutes' time now, at the bottom of the hour, we expect possible comments from Fed's Bostic, who speaks in a moderated conversation about the economic outlook at the Rotary Club of Atlanta. No text is expected, but there will be a Q&A.
See if bids can sustain this like 35-40 or if this will be another short. Unsure as of yet. ES attempting to bounce POC, a bit of weakness. Watching for Russell and ES to let us know if this weakness is going to continue or not, or if it's going to be a high or low. Russell unable to get over our value edge and sustain
So we're
as of yet.
expecting possible comments from Fed's Bostic.
Some news potentially coming in soon via Bostic.
US Secretary of State Rubio says we don't want to have a hostile or negative relationship with Panama. Fed's Bostic says the current degree of uncertainty has broadened considerably.
It's a great first risk off as we come into our 390, just like before. Nothing has changed in this trade. You see what I mean, Dubs? If it just like if you keep your stop up at the high, like nothing's invalidated. Do you want to see what happened because I had my stop at break even there?
Fed's Bostic says tariffs are an aspect of uncertainty and challenging to figure out how to incorporate it.
Guess what happened? Yeah, stopped out and immediately we went the other direction. Right, but then what did I do? I got back in off the inflection at 420, off of the pushback below 40s. Right, it's the same trade again, but now I just have a worse average.
Oh, hello, everybody.
So
Not much. Not much. It is like warm here again. And it's gonna be cold again. That's all I got.
yeah, yeah, it rained for like 3 days straight, and then froze overnight, and then that was all ice for a day, and then it's warm again, kind of. So it's just mud.
Yay!
Yes, it is the type of weather that gets you sick. This is a great risk off for ES and NQ. It's the same PT as before. We're looking for ideally a look below, right? We want to see this 50 go offer, just like we've been talking about. But until then, if you are trading off of this area, you know that this is where you need to risk off. This is our POC to value low of previous candle into this 70 to 80.
Fed's Bostic says because things are changing so rapidly, the most important thing to do is ask questions of business contacts and look at possible other outcomes. Fed's Bostic says the Fed needs to keep a sense of how businesses and families might react to changing conditions.
Classic Bostic, always asking the big questions. We have so many Fed speakers this week.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna keep my stop break even on my runners and look for 320. Stops at 422.50. I have taken off 3 contracts into our same risk off as before. We can get below 50s and offer, I think the move to 320 is pretty likely. If this holds, then it's just going to continue to rotate between here and here.
Bostic says maintaining the end of 2024 solid outlook and monitoring the economy. Bostic says the emphasis is still on inflation. Bostic says the US can support a much tighter labour market than was previously understood. Bostic says the outlook is for inflation to continue to fall.
He already said that. That was like day one.
I'm gonna say it for the rest of their lives.
You know. He blamed inflation on Jay Powell talking on fake global warming and DEI was because the Fed was too focused on those. That was like day one of him in office. And said that he would fix it by enacting tariffs and fracking the United States.
Bostic says I'm not expecting the path of 2% inflation to be a straight line.
All three indices here looking out of their most immediate structure, but still in nodes.
Fed's Bostic says there's compelling reason to expect housing inflation to fall. Trump says we've made a lot of progress on Russia and Ukraine. Currently, Trump speaking to reporters at the White House.
Boy.
It'll be the classic, like, good thing, good thing, good thing. Says one stupid thing. 500 points.
We're just at our pivot here.
Currently, Trump speaking to reporters at the White House. Does not seem to be any media availability for Trump's comments at the moment. Just keeping our eyes peeled.
We need to see a very
Next,
clear
Fed's
seller
prognostic says
below
the outlook is
350
for job markets to remain solid.
for a move down to 320. Our full reversion target, we've got two. Short-term reversion 320, full reversion 250. We're just watching to see how we interact here at the bottom of balance.
Extending losses, last down some 6.2%.
But this is a very good trade and risk off point if you are playing off of that 440, 420. 90 points is nothing to scoff at.
Says I expect the jobs market to remain solid. Labour market right now is not a constraint on business. Trump signs an executive order to create a sovereign wealth fund. So again, Trump signs executive order to create a sovereign wealth fund. Fed's Bostic says, I want to see what the 100 basis points of cuts last year translate to in the economy. Fed's Bostic says uncertainty has been increasing. Want to be cautious and not have policy lean in a direction and have to switch. Bostic says I want to see again the impact of past cuts. May wait for a while. Bostic says how long it takes to get to neutral depends on how the economy evolves. Bostic says prepared to wait a while to cut again. And Trump says we'll be doing something perhaps with TikTok if we can make the right deal. TikTok could go in the sovereign wealth fund, says Trump.
I bet Microsoft takes it over.
Fed's Bostic says I see the nominal neutral rates at 3 to 3.5%.
Still looking like a full rotation again, off of our hold of our 350. Watching to see our reaction again into Russell value high and NQ 420, 440. Seeing if that POC is going to hold as resistance or not. But DXY on the decline, which is allowing tech to push. 25s on ES is your POC as well. Watching that as our inflection. If we can get over 25s and show a bid, should be able to rotate back up to our 34, 37 area. Same as before, as long as RTY and ES have momentum, market can rotate our balance.
Politico reports that the US is to withdraw from the UN Human Rights Council.
Jesus Christ.
Trump says nobody is out of tariffs. Fed's Bostic says risk and uncertainty may be one reason long rates have been rising.
Oh my god. He's gonna have to clarify that because that means that the Mexico tariffs are back on. So just keep that in mind, that the reaction that was slightly bullish off of that can be fully retraced now that that's no longer being priced in. So keep that in mind that we're still just rotating between this 350 and this 420, 440.
Had a good talk with Canada's PM Trudeau as well.
Understand that Trump is now talking and going over
Canada's PM
this a bit
Trudeau.
more.
They were slated to speak at 3 p.m. Eastern Time today. But again, he does say he just had a good talk with Canada's PM Trudeau. Trump as well says we haven't agreed on tariffs yet with Mexico.
They're now going against the Mexico claims that they. Oh god, I hate Trump markets.
So just some whipsawing in the dollar and in the S&P 500 as Trump speaks here. Again, he did say he has had a good talk with Canada's PM Trudeau. We're not treated well by Canada, says Trump. Trump says we don't need Canadian cars, lumber, or agriculture.
They paused the tariffs on Mexico with talks with President this morning.
Trump says I wouldn't mind making our cars in the US.
You guys need, if you're logging in late, you need to go and look at news during Trump markets. You need to understand what's happening. Your price action and your tools that you have in place that you've learned mean nothing.
On that note, I think I wrote this in the newsletter too, but it's going to be important here for at least through the quarter and in the next quarter. Well, more so next quarter, but there's a lot of like economic reports that I would never really highlight or pay attention to with like some manufacturing stuff, import export, even like more kind of specifics of GDP that's probably worth paying
Trump
attention
says we will
to.
have a big negotiation with Mexico.
It's just a cows. It'll be through the quarter.
Says we will speak to China over the next 24 hours, probably. So again, Trump will speak to China over the next 24 hours, probably.
Probably.
You're sleeping.
Like the volatility that was caused on Friday was from a miscommunication with Reuters saying that the tariffs weren't a thing anymore. They were holding them on, and we got like a 200-point move to the upside, and then there was a correction from staffers that said that the tariffs were still on, and then we fell when we retraced that entire move. Like, you have to know what's going on in this kind of market if you're looking to scalp. You just have to. Yeah, if Trump is going to talk, flatten your position. That is a great way to look at it. Are you trading into FOMC? No. So when there's a volatile event that you can't predict the outcome towards, don't have a position on. Or if you're in, make sure you have quite a large stop and you're in from higher or lower, right? Like, you need to have room into volatility. Buffer is key. Can't they just wait and get it right one time? Wouldn't that be nice?
The only way for that to happen now, Kels, is we had to go back to pre-internet times.
Trump markets are all about the FUD.
Trump says China will be dealt with on the Panama Canal.
Like, what is he talking about? Ugh. Like, it's always some open-ended like statement that's like a warning. Like, no one knows how to price in this shit.
I mean, you can't. It's just you can't.
Trump says China tariffs were an opening salvo. China tariffs will go up if we can't make a deal. That's Trump saying China tariffs will go up if we can't make a deal. Trump again says if we can't make a deal with China, tariffs will be substantial. China's UN envoy says that China firmly opposes the unwarranted increase in tariffs by the Trump administration. And now Fed's Bostic says tariffs are a type of tax and impacts depend on details, application, and retaliation.
I just keep it on default. The things that are important will be highlighted in red.
China's UN envoy says in violation of the World Trade Organization rules, China will be filing a complaint.
China will be talking to the manager.
Trump says US aid is a good concept but has radical left lunatics. China's UN envoy says Beijing may be forced to take countermeasures against the US.
You want to see a sustained bid above 390, 400?
The Fed's Bostic on tariffs says we're going to have to just watch.
See, even the Fed's right here with us, guys. That should bring you some solace. Or not, I don't know.
China's UN envoy says there's no winner in a trade war.
True. Actually, not true. The only real winner is some third world country that all manufacturing gets pushed to that isn't being tariffed.
China's UN envoy says that if US Secretary of State Rubio comes on February 18th, Security Council meeting, it will be a good opportunity for him to meet his Chinese counterpart.
If he comes to meet them, it will be good that he can meet them.
China's UN envoy says the US should look at its own problem with fentanyl rather than shifting the blame onto others. And Trump says he likes the idea of reciprocal tariffs on more
He's gonna
countries.
hate that.
So again, Trump says he likes the idea of reciprocal tariffs on more countries.
Tariff them all. Fuck it.
Bostic says businesses asked about tariffs expect to pass the cost through.
Of course, that's how tariffs work. It still blows my mind that anyone thinks that a company is just gonna like take that and not just pass it on to the consumer. Blows my mind. Surely companies are fine with just not making as much money.
So that's Bostic saying firms say that they will pass on tariffs 100% to customers.
Mm.
Trump says, we're telling Ukraine that they have valuable rare earths and we want a guarantee.
Yeah, which is crazy. And I'm all for like manufacturing in the United States, but that's still not going to lower costs. You're never going to be able to compete with manufacturing jobs in a second or third world country. Cost of living here is just way too high. And it's going to require 4 or 5 years of building plants before it even gets
Bostic
a
says it's not
start.
clear what Trump actions add up for the US economy.
It just doesn't, it's not feasible in the time frame. Like, even if we shifted all production back to the United States, we still have to build plants here. And then those plants have to be filled with US citizens. And the cost of living is 5 times, 10 times more expensive than in the countries that this manufacturing is happening in. Our world is just way too connected for isolationism.
So the CFPB halts work after Trump appoints Besant as the acting head, according to the Washington Post. So that's Trump saying seeking guarantees on rare earths in any deal with Ukraine. So that's Trump confirming, I want Ukraine to give us rare earths. China's UN envoy says a regrettable decision by Panama on the Belt and Road Initiative.
We are, in a sense, our own worst enemy. Yeah, always have been.
China's UN envoy says, on the whole, believes that the US and China have so much in common and can work together on the UN on many things. So again, China's UN envoy says, on the whole, we believe the US and China have so much in common and can work together at the UN on many things.
Bounced again off our 350, coming back up to our sell side liquidity here in POC at
China's
NQ
UN envoy says,
420.
I hope that despite rhetoric by US politicians, I hope the US and China can make a constructive and professional approach to the UN work because so much is at stake.
$30 until new 15s. Again, my biggest inflection point is going to be Russell into our value edge. We're doing another oscillation here. I'll be back.
Goodbye.
Trump says we will have a call with Panama on Friday. Trump says, I'm not happy with the Panama situation, but they have agreed to some things.
They're minerals. That's a good one.
Trump says, I have no guarantees that the Gaza ceasefire will hold. "39 counterparties take $97.781 billion at the Fed's reverse repo operation."
It's crazy that iFunny is still a site. I always thought it was weird when memes get like watermarked.
Yeah.
Like it's stolen content that you made a meme out of already, and now you think that you're like entitled to, I don't know, bizarre.
Just copyright strike everybody.
Citing US concerns about Huawei, TikTok, and DeepSeek, China's UN envoy asks how many more do you want to ban? China's
All of
UN
them.
envoy says, I need to see an end to these knee jerk reactions. They are not warranted. Trump trade advisor Navarro says Canada's PM Trudeau needs to recognize that it's a drug war, not a trade war.
It's not the tariffs directly, Sauce. That's just the strong arm.
China's UN envoy says we need cooperation on AI, particularly between the US and China. Fragmentation will only enhance risks and reduce benefits.
Yes, exactly.
Aren't the drugs undocumented? Once they come into our country, yes, but China manufactures the main base products of of fentanyl and wholesales it into Mexico. So this is them trying to crack down on that backwardly. So it's both them trying to stop China from selling that to the cartel, and it's a threat to Mexico to get a hold of the cartel within their country. And for the Ukraine thing, it's Trump saying that we need to be profitable in the Ukraine war. So give us all of your resources and let us drain you dry while we defend you. There are two links, two sources for what I just talked about.
Final minute here until new half hours. We're just doji, it's a little left, but I mean, it's just balanced. Things slowed down a bit now. Slight lower low on VIXY. New half hours.
Trump trade advisor Navarro says it's going to take some time to get to where we need to go on Canada. And Trump trade advisor Navarro says it need to be determined what they discuss with China. So again, to be determined what they will discuss with China.
ES and Q both found some sellers, top of range. Makes sense, still balanced. RTY still hanging out bottom of node. No trade up to mid yet. You have your POC in that 227 area. Two two seven five or two. Yes, that's numbers. Reading's hard. I don't know if you guys were aware of how hard reading can be.
So according to Naboa, Ecuador to place tariffs of 27% on Mexican imports. So according to the Federal Registry, the US CBP says Chinese imports eligible for temporary duty exemptions will be subject to an additional 10% US tariff. So just to repeat that there, according to the Federal Register, US CBP says Chinese imports eligible for temporary duty exemptions will be subject to an additional 10% tariff.
Sold too many lots, man. What are you gonna do? I needed to generate some capital for the Star Wars skins, you know? Just a simple guy. ESNQ, like essentially the top of ranges here. So watching Russell, it's a slower auction in terms of where it's positioned in the node compared to ESNQ. See if we have any type of Russell lead. Again, for ES, I'm not like super interested in this auction per se. Much more interested in like a test above like 20 points towards 60-50 or 20 points below out of this node structure under 6K. I highlighted in the higher time frame. Kind of walk through as well.
Yeah, just to add on to that, nothing has changed within the plan in the last 2 hours. Potential squeezy potential above 471.
So Fed's Bostic says
If we can take
businesses
out our
still see
high.
pricing power is in decline. Would be surprised if it flipped fast, and says I do not expect clarity on inflation enough by March to move. And Fed's Bostic says I will continue to try to find the best talent for the Fed wherever it is. And Fed's Bostic says Fed's tariff response depends on inflation expectations, and says businesses again are not confident in their outlook at this point, in a wait and see mode.
Every attempt that we've done so far into
First
this
Bostic
has
says to cut
been
again, we would want
why?
to see
Really hate
housing
you.
inflation begin to slow, and says there is an outcome where the Fed might look through a tariff impacts on prices, but also one where it could impact expectations and thus warrant a Fed response.
So the trade idea of the last two attempts is that you just need to see the look into this area and then the push back below 40s, and that's offered a pretty substantial amount of points, right? So we just need to see if that's going to continue to persist or if there's going to be a shift. So just keeping an eye on this. This is what we've talked about already, right? So we'll see if bids can start to see some excitement and we have some covering from sellers on a look and hold above our high, or if that's we're going to continue to just rotate and balance. I think our biggest factor to keep an eye on is Russell going to be able to get back out of value, or is that still going to just hold as resistance? And at the same point, with Russell pushing, is DXY going to continue popping up? Because it's going to be very hard with a rising dollar for TAC to really do anything substantial that holds, right? We can still get a squeeze. We don't need DXY to lower for a squeeze, but for sustained movement outside of this balance, we're going to need to see DXY fall, I think, with a Russell break. If we're still reliant on TAC.
What's up, Grotto? Yeah, warm up down this out there. At least good weather for you. There you go. Do any of the old timers remember when Izzy Hollick was arguing with me that Florida was the East Coast? Remember that? Because I'm still offended. Oh, this was like 3-4 years ago, Kels.
Did I hear the new Bruno Mars and Lady Gaga song? No, I did not.
Thank goodness.
Juicy and wet? What are you talking about?
He just pulled his laundry out of the wash and is going into the dryer. He's just describing, you know.
What are we talking about?
Yeah, we know, buddy. We are fully aware that you are extremely serious. No one ever questioned your commitment to the game. That's for sure. Russell had a little look above its most immediate auction here. We have still ES and Q top of range. NQ obviously slight higher highs, but still maintaining daily range. Still watching Russell on this retest. It's looking back in.
$15 until new 15s. We're flirting with our 71 edge here. Again, if we can see a sustained bid above, then there's some squeezy potential. If offer steps back below 40s, I think sell side just pushes through this range again back down to the lows. But we'll see. New 15's opening now, right at a resistance. Holding POC as supportive as of right now from previous candle. RTY and ES still within our value. Truthfully, never got into CSGO. But I feel like opening cases could be you need to find like a game that's just fake Gamba, where like you have an in-game currency that doesn't actually cost money. It's just like a gotcha simulator. Like maybe that game where people were opening fake Pokemon cards. The Pokemon card.
So, according to Sky News, UK's right-wing Reform Party leads for the first time in the new YouGov poll.
So far, retesting POC of previous candle here after our look over 70s. Russell still within our range. ES still within our range. The XY on the decline. Just watching to see what happens on any sort of value retest on NQ. New PVC levels are out. We can't get over 70s, then we rotate down to 30s, would be my guess. Again, bid is sitting at 50 right now. 50 bid held, watching to see if this is another lower high for a shift of value. Is the offer stepping down on the ladder, or can we get back over 70s here from our 50 liquidity? Unsure as of yet. If you are playing off of 50s, this is your first risk off into 470. Watch to see how our offer reacts here. What's up, Julian?
Slight higher high on ES here, and then Q. RTY was responsive off retest, but I want some more oomph.
Testing PVZ. Had some good trades earlier with it. A lot of volume up here, not a lot of movement. I think this is a next really good target here into 503, top of our supply. If we can push through this, we can really start to punish. Is Russell into our POC shift. If we lose momentum here, then I expect this to kind of be done on NQ. And we'll have to come back down to 70s. If we can push over and reclaim our pivot high of this oscillation, then we have potential for continuation for our upper targets here on NQ. Yep. 450 liquidity, and then rebid and secondary buyers stepping in over 470 for push.
So the Dow turns positive in afternoon trading, last up around spot 0.03%.
Now we just keep an eye on this like 500 to 510 to see if it can sustain. If it can, then we have upper targets into 45 and 79 for me on NQ. If not, then again, it will be just a rotation to retrace back to our value edge down at 70s. DXY is still in decline, allowing NQ to run. I feel like if you're in a long from lower, either 50s or 70s, you just want to have your stop below 90. So you can still be profitable, but give this a little bit of room to run. RTY again, top of range here. Need to see if this loss of momentum is going to trigger that rotation down or not. Looking for higher lows and for DXY to continue this
So
decline.
according to a Fed Bank survey, US Bank reports net positive demand for C&I loans in Q4. That's the first time since 2022.
It's a decent amount of resting liquidity on NQ into 500.
You have pretty much all underlines participating with this as well. Nvidia really only one like looking over structure of major tech.
Again, just this is your last ditch effort area for bids. This 485, 490, you need to see it look back over 510 and then go for a continuation. If any test goes into there, that's very quick. Or just expect a rotation to fill this structure. Right, so we're looking for anything to get bought and then immediately pop and then continue, or we expect just a rotation back into this area.
So the US CBP issues guidance on additional duties on imports from Canada.
My biggest worry right now is that if you look on like our sectors, we have techs bouncing again where at our demand, same as last time. But I'm really worried that once these gaps get filled, like this is just going to be a stronger rejection, especially on tech. Same thing on XLF, filling our gap now off this dip. But like, what happens here once we fill
According to the
these?
Wall Street Journal, US readies a new $1 billion arms sales to Israel. So the Trump administration has asked congressional leaders to approve a new transfer of roughly $1 billion worth of bombs and other military hardware to Israel at a time when the White House is working to preserve a fragile ceasefire in Gaza, according to a US official familiar with the sale.
I'm just like looking at our breadth, and nothing is showing really that this move makes sense for continuation. I don't know. Offer held 510, rotating down to our 470 area. Just our value retest here on NQ. RTY held our resistance, top of range. Watching to see if that lower high will continue on, or if we'll be able to get a push. DXY found a low short term.
NYMEX natural gas March futures settle at $3.35. Gasoline March futures at $2.12. Diesel March futures settle at $2.46. And NYMEX WTI crude March futures settle at $73.16 a barrel. So WTI March futures up 63 cents or 0.87%.
My look is still the same, which is either we start to show interest above this 510 or rotations up, or we need to show interest back below 70s and offer needs to step in again for rotations down with confirmation below this for that continuation. Right now, just kind of trapped in between the structure between at 500 and at 470. I wonder if like 500 puts would be good for next week. It's like a hedge just in case. Hmm.
I don't know how I feel about puts right now with kind of like how volatile it is. I almost feel like call spreads on vol. Well, that could have the same problem. I was thinking about it over the weekend. Because, like, we're not really moving.
Yeah, no, we're just like gapping up and down in the same balance.
Yeah, so, like, I feel like a vol play is the play, but I don't want to go, like, long volatility here either. Yes, and Cuba full. Look above retest here.
I'm basically just worried about this, Mario. Something like this, where we look
Yeah.
into the gap and then we just like gap down next day.
No, I think that's definitely possible as well. I don't think you're wrong. It's just I am personally unsure of the correct vehicle.
Yeah.
You know, that it's more that than than a read.
Yeah, I was more so looking at like, because for QQQ, the 500s are trading at $1 right now, which doesn't seem too
That's
bad.
that's not horrible. For end of week or
For
like
Monday,
It's
Monday next week.
$55.96 a barrel, which is up 29
The
cents
10th.
or 0.38%.
But like, I don't know if we can like time it.
yes. And also like literally like tomorrow they could say like, oh, we all met with everyone and we've agreed on blah blah blah.
Yeah.
And we just like rip. Like nothing ever happened.
Most of my assumptions are going off of breath right now, which is this,
Mhm.
right? Like, this is where we're
Yeah,
at.
yeah. No, it makes sense.
But yeah, you're so right. The news can completely shift it. We're in balance, so no one's sure is basically the outlook.
Yep. Yeah, which is why I was thinking of like a volatility play. But it needs to be like covered and that's hard to time too.
Mm-hmm.
Even I was like looking at my long-term point, and I was like, do I just want to like put some like SPXS on? So not like I don't because I don't know.
Yeah.
We haven't sold. Like I know it feels like we have. For
Yeah, no, it's
people,
just like
but,
shit for day trading.
yeah. But I do think, especially after last week's like lower high and stuff, like without the news, I would be looking for puts structurally.
There's always the problem with Trump in office is it's like he's literally threatening like economic failure to get his way. But like you never know if like he's gonna follow through on it or if it's just a threat, right? And it's the same problem for all the other countries. They don't know. Makes things so hard. Yeah, I don't know. So I'm flat, just chilling. I didn't get in down into 70s, so I just gotta wait for energy to come back. It's gonna be really hard to trade with a flat Russell. You can get these little pops, but I don't expect any sort of like sustained move until we see the whole market moving together. And I'm really not like bearish until we get back below value in under 70s, right? Like you kind of have to just like stick bullish for short-term scalping because we're above our value high, right? Like nothing is invalidating the idea of, you know, quote unquote expansion with us holding our value edge. But with how slow we are speed-wise, it just is really uncomfy. And I have zero confidence in it. I'd feel a lot more confident on the look back into our profile. Which is the only reason I was even looking at options, because I have limited risk there for an emotional trade. I really like options for that. Like, oh, I can throw a couple $100, limited risk, for an idea that I am unsure of. I have uncertainty without having to put money into a super leveraged market like futures. It's the same thing with like shorting 520 on QQQ right now for end of day. Like it's, you have limited risk, it's a lotto. Maybe it goes down, maybe it doesn't. But at least you didn't blow up your account. If we go up, we go up. It depends, Zach. It depends if I think the movement's going to be short term. It's really hard to do zero DTEs in an area like this. I mean, well, I guess it's not really hard. You don't want to be loading the boat heavy into options when we're flat, in the sense that your premiums could really deteriorate. So you'd want to time it a little bit. But if you wanted to have a two-step trade where you have potential, okay, so the way that you look at it is like this. You have short-term risk, which you're fine with going to zero if we don't get the move today. And then you have secondary risk, which is like more of a longer time frame where you're expecting a gap down overnight, and then you want to get those at like at least a week out. And then it's like, okay, if we get the move short term, I can at least cover my zero DTEs, right? And then I now profit to make my weekly trade potentially free, depending on your sizing. Or add more to your weekly trade end of day, seeing as you can trade QQQ and SPY after hours with options for 15 minutes. But like, if it doesn't pan out, you're okay, right? You still have your longer term that's long. But yeah, for anything that's going into like weekly, you don't want to load the boat midday. Weekly or monthly, you want to wait till end of day usually, just because you're just gonna get chopped up premium wise. There's no point. If you think that like we're at like a very vital area and that you're willing to put on that risk midday for it to potentially get chopped up throughout the day, but the risk to reward is still there, then you know, start your position. But there's no reason when we're moving slowly like this to overcommit to a trade when we don't have a clear direction. It's the same reason why I'm not trading futures right now. Like there's no movement. The hell am I trading? Trump speaks, and then we've been sitting here just accumulating liquidity, and someone's going to get put off sides, and we'll have a 100-point move in the opposite direction of what I thought. And then what? I liquidate my portfolio because I was emotionally trading and chop?
Yep, nice try.
Oh. So it makes a lot more sense to put on, you know, $200 of risk with no risk of liquidity, of liquidation on my account, just to get the hankering out of the way of my emotion, my mental exhaustion of this and wanting it to fall. Right? I can just kind of like get that out of the way, appease it without long-term side effects, right? And it's not detrimental to my trading. Because again, like you don't know what's going to happen. No one knows what is going to happen. That's the reason why the market's trading the way it is. Firms don't know what's going to happen. Yeah, I think that's great, Brock. Or Brooke, sorry. I didn't see that extra O. Oh, B-Rock? All right, got you. Like the shorts made a lot more sense earlier today when we were testing here. Like I was more than willing to put on 30 points of risk or have like a stop like this when we were trading in this, because we knew that this was our first test into liquidity that we had above. Right? And then we saw failures take out our high. And we knew that if we took out our high that we would go up. Is why we had this as this. So what we were looking for was a look into this area and then a lower high in our offer stepping down off of a retest into this. So we were looking for a move, building a position as we were pushing down, our rotation in, and then rotation through. We were able to do that twice, this rotation through. Right? We want to see liquidity get trapped and a lower highs put in. And that made a lot of sense. Now we're in an issue where we've gotten over, right? And we've been able to, we were able to get this pop over that wick high from earlier today and build out. And that led to an upside move, which was great. But now we're trying to build out this upper node, right? This upper structure. And so until we can see the same kind of sustained bid above, you're going to be in a rough spot because we're just building out this area. So the things that you want to be looking for are, can we still maintain at our pivot, right? Where we were seeing that before, the 70s. Any look below, you want to see bought immediately and then rotate back through. Because if we don't, we know where we're headed, right? It's this pathing, which is a failure at our value edge. Our seller steps back in, the same one that was there earlier in the day, and then we'll get this rotation through, just like we took this trade here and here on these interactions back into this this auction. Things that don't give me confidence is like RTY not being able to break out and sideways, but just seeing a resistance is the same. You know, DXY finding that low and starting to push back up. Like, these are things that worry me. And if they continue to continue pushing, like, there's no real chance for tech to sustain this upwards move. It's a inverse reaction with USD going up and our tech or growth names having potential to really push. Didn't know how to spell. It's funny. $50 until new 15s. Just back down to our lower edge here on NQ.
So the US Treasury maintains the end of March cash balance at $850 billion. US borrowing and cash estimates assume the debt limit will get sorted. So the US Treasury expects to borrow $815 billion in the first quarter.
Another full rotation off of our low zone, back up to our resistance here. No change, just balance. POC is sitting at 510 from previous candle.
So White House Press Secretary Leavitt says Trump's call with Canada's PM Trudeau has begun.
Oh boy.
Again, the call between Trump and Trudeau underway.
Yippee!
Full rotation back down on NQ, back to our 70s from our 500 edge.
Dubs. I'm ready for you to say some dumb shit. What do you mean what happened? That was expected.
White House press secretary says the plan for Trump and China's President Xi is to speak in the next 24 hours.
Little peeks into structure here. ESNQ, 2.5 minutes till new 15s. And our final 45s.
Sell side desperately needs to be able to sustain here, or they can pop it back up on a recovery back over like 77, 80. We're just watching POC of this candle develop out. That's 71 right now. One minute left on this candle. Retest of POC from previous candle here. Watching to see if offer can stick or if bids can get back over 80 and start to show some excitement. Trapping these guys below.
Midpoints of auctions here for ES and Q. There are buyers but responsive off secondary retests there. Not really seeing too much action out of underlines, and see RTY is still just dojiing here at POC.
Took off half risk into 95s there. Off our holder 80s, 15 points. Holding runners. I get stopped here. Yeah. One contract left. Out. See if we hold or not. It's valid until we push below 70, but I'm fine with our 95 move.
Wall Street Journal reports that Trump advisors are weighing a plan to dismantle the education department, according to, again, people familiar with the matter cited by the Wall Street Journal.
Love that for us.
On a fun note, I took a chance yesterday and I bought the frozen crab rangoons from Aldi. It was
Yeah,
a bold move. I
good.
can't decide. I haven't tried them yet.
They're,
We'll see.
they're probably good.
They put enough sweet and sour sauce or Thai chili on it, and it
Yeah.
can't be bad, right?
Yep. Aldi is usually pretty good. Thirty seconds till day 15. So far, holding our 70 to 80 is offer from the look above and fail. Russell pushing down. Hopefully, that is what we need for this move to actually happen. Russell, actual movement. Watching new 15s though. ESPOC is sitting at 25.
Australia's treasurer says Australia is not immune from escalating global trade tensions, but I'm confident that we can navigate the changes.
We can do it, but we might die, is what he just said. This has to be your first target into 450. Full target's 433 for POC on NQ. Same thing on ES. Gotta see a push below this for that move to 25s. We're at our next Russell target here, our middle of our range. 68.6. Yeah, you should expect a bit of relief here, but as long as like 65.70 is holding on retest, makes sense for another leg down. Into your 33, just POC off of PVZ. Retesting our 450 liquidity. Remember how reactive this area was last time. That's why I had to risk off here. Because how responsive it was the first attempt on this rotation back up. So far, rejecting where we need. We just need to see that look below, and then the ladder slowly shift down, right, with our offer. Or we will just make a higher low, and then reclaim 80s and do the rotation up with people trapped again. Yeah, exactly. That's why you need to see like a very clear look below and then offer step.
Big retests.
Same as before, same risk off. If you're trading off of 70s into our 50s again, need to see the offer step below for acceleration down into our 20 to 30.
We got full node oscillation here in the last 20.
That is target here. Move stops down or take profit off as we push into our 33 to 20. Understand that this is your reversion trade. I watch to see how we interact here at NQPOC in this liquidity that's resting.
Twenty seconds here till final 15s.
$520 puts are up about 50%. 500 puts are up about, for next week, are up about 25%. So just like a good areas of first risk off. We're at POC. Not much time left in the day. So far, Trump's always said something into our last like 15. So just be careful. We are at target. If we can push below 20s, then we have room to rotate back down to like 390. And then our reversion target for VWAP at 350. But I do not know. This is the only trade that I had any sort of understanding for. Just this rotation below 70s. Yes, at target here into POC at 25. Russell, a bit more room down to fulfill the full oscillation from our high back down to our low. This is our VWAP at 63.4 on RTY. I expect some relief there into MOC if we're going to get more of the same.
So 1 minute now until we get the market on close imbalance.
Q all the way down to POC. Yes. 10 points off still. But its primary structure does have kind of like this mini double distribution, so this could be considered value at this 25-26 as well, depending on how you're drawing it. If I switch time frames, it moves.
MOC 5 seconds. Offer is sitting at 450 above on NQ.
So we're looking now to the market on close imbalance. The S&P 500 a sell side of 1.8 billion. Nasdaq 100 a sell side of 1.1 billion. Dow 30 a sell side of 375 million. Mag 7 stocks a sell side of 1 billion.
6 minutes. Testing top structure again. Just walking. Two minutes.
This is final target for me. 390, 400. Off of our rejection of 420, 430.
Ding, ding, ding. Yeah, it's just taking that 20 right at the end as well.
You know, if you have the ability to hold a runner into Globex, you might be able to get to 350 into close for that VWAP test, but 390 is pretty good. Alright, I will see all my premium folks tomorrow. Bright and early. Open.
Yippee!
These days are all about patience. Some pretty solid trades, you just gotta wait for them to set up. Everything else is garbage.
Right, we'll do class in 30 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
35, 40, somewhere in there. If people remember from last week who were here, a lot of it, like what we worked on last week, was just like expectations, like retraining our mentality to set proper expectations. We did a trade review for it last week. This week will be more of a discussion as well, especially with current market. I think it's good to understand what we should expect of ourselves with trading in this type of market and in a normal market as well. So keep that in your mind while you're hanging out for a bit here, and I will see you guys then.
All right, peace.
Bye.